Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Psycho Reaper, congratulations on being first. Kieran, welcome in. CB, it's good to see you. Timbit, thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you guys are all doing well today. Yesterday we finished episode 2, The Captive Turnabout, so we are moving on to episode 3, Turnabout Legacy. In the fan translation, this episode is called The Inherited Turnabout. This is actually a really good case. I'm actually really excited, but it is a little bit on the longer side. I should be able to do it in 2 streams, but we might run closer to 5 hours each, which I'm totally fine with. Let's get started. Hey Ash, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Episode 3, Turnabout Legacy. What shall we make today, kids?
Samson
and Judy bake and bake.
Macarons, waffles with cream, chip and cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true, all that sweetness waiting for you. But where? Over there! The oven's got something special to share. Now, let's see what we've got for you. It's cooking time, are you ready to make something special today? Wow, talk about a blast from the past. Hey Gregory, I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. I'm finally gonna find out what happened 18 years ago. April 2nd, 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Hey Angora, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Well, Fender, are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Hey, you had nothing going on. It seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. No, chill, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case? Of course, Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite. See? I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite him, the man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too. You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing. Well, that'll make explaining things easier. I want you to know something else, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. Things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. 18 years ago. Hey Fate, welcome to the stream. Thanks for calling Kirby. December 24th, 5 o'clock p.m. Detention Center. Visitors room. Before Christmas means it wasn't Christmas! Hey, Mr. E, this one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. The original ace attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. A murder on Christmas Eve? What's the world coming to? In the dark of the night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely saviors a-comin' my way. Welcome, my friends, to the visitor's room. And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I love how the security guard is doing his little, like, jazz hands. I was not expecting that. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you, I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it. I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, at your service. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Pleased to meet you, sir. I'll everything I can do to help. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from the fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it's an honor to meet you both. Hey Tsuki, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really like this case too. And Ash, congratulations on your 175 stream streak. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa. What? It really is you! Samson Tangaroa, the world's greatest confectioner? You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson. All my pals do. Wow, thanks Samson, I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Seems Eddie knows something about our client. Mr. E, it's the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation. What shall we make today, kids? Macarons, waffles with cream, chipping cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, the smile is true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Look there! What? Where? Over there! The oven's got something special to share. Now, let's see what we've got for you! I almost started dancing along. No way! I got to sing with Samson Tangaroa! This is a dream come true! Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course. I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? So, you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and a dancer. I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. You must really enjoy making desserts. Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that bring joy to others. Hey, that's not just things, they're works of art. Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations, that's stuff, the stuff that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when the body was found inside one of my creations. Inside one of your... No way! The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am. But I could never take a life. Never. I'm sure the police will see it too in time. They'll realize their mistake. I sure hope so. What can you tell me about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangaroa, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct. I swear to you, I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life. Never. He seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm gonna take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. Likewise, it's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both. December 24th, 6 o'clock p.m. Contest venue. Fountain room. Ugh, it's pretty cold out there, huh, Mr. E? I never saw so much snow. Yes, it doesn't seem like it'll be letting up anytime soon. But just look at this place! What a sweet house Samson's got, it's huge! Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Welcome, welcome everyone, come on in, we'll have some fun! Oh no! Are you alright? I'm sorry. Would you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Duty bound! It's an honor to meet you both. I'm the housekeeper here, and Mr. Tangaroa's assistant. You're no housekeeper, you're Judy Bound! The Judy Bound! You know a little something of my work? A little? I watch you on TV every chance I get. I'm Bacon Pop's biggest fan. It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans. And what might Bacon Bop be? It's only the biggest TV show on Earth. Every kid on the planet loves it. The dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff all while singing and dancing. Like this, check it out. What shall we make today, kids? Cookie dough, caramel too. Fluffy choux cream tiramisu. Everyone, come along. Bacon treats with a smile and song. There, oh, where? There, it's true. The oven's got something special for you. Just take a bite, and you will see. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. Bravo. I dance along every time I watch the show. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. Oh no, that's so cute and sad. But all this dancing really takes it out of a guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. Ah, this is... Thalen, correct. It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. Interesting, so this is what Ceylon tea tastes like, huh? How odd. The saucer's cold. Yes, it's so the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot. I see. These teacups are very unique, too. The design is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halik. Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world. You're clearly a big fan of his work. Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure. She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason why we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? Of course. I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see. You discovered the victim. Is it true the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations? It is. We were in the middle of a contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Ah! I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body. Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience. Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He could never do something like that. Of course. Leave it to us, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea, then. Come, Eddie, to the scene of the crime. Yes, sir, Mr. E. December 24th, contest venue. Tangaroa's room. No way! Everything in this room is made of chocolate! I can't believe I get to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal. I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. Ugh, just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold. Yeah, now that you mention it, it is pretty chill. Chew! Defense on the scene already? That was fast. Pleasure to meet you. Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. The detective in charge is named Bad, a man of few words. Or something about this just doesn't taste right. You're eating your notepaper. He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him to digest and remember them. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Although I'd be the first to admit that's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in your investigation of the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Tangaroa's attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get them off the hook. Even put words in their clients' mouths. You think I need that on my crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that. I don't trust attorneys. Okay, kid? Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene. Correct. And that's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent, and you didn't even see the scene yet. That's some flimsy lawyering. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. You about to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene? I am. Fine. Knock yourselves out. Thank you, Detective. But I'm coming round with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it. That was a lollipop this whole time? I must admit, I didn't see that coming either. We better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. On it, Mr. E. Let's get this over with. I love how they found a way to bring back Detective Bad, because we know from the end of the last game that he, like, basically retired at the end, so having him in the flashback, and also, we don't really know any police detectives from 18 years ago, right? So he's a perfect fit. You can see that his hair's darker, his coat doesn't have all the holes in it yet. He hasn't gotten involved in the whole Yatagarasu thing yet. Oh. I thought my assistant was Eddie, but instead my assistant was Bad when I pressed the X button. What is it? You're doing this all wrong. An investigation's like a popsicle. You walk around the scene, look at stuff, talk to witnesses. Everything you do, it's like a lick of that popsicle. Slowly, you eat away at it. Until all that's left is the stick. And written on the stick is the truth. Then I suppose I better hope it doesn't say guilty. Real crime scene! This is so exciting! This isn't a game, Eddie. I need you to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mr. E. I'm taking notes on everything. You are? What kind of notes? Notes about how all this delicious stuff is made. Can't wait to try it for myself. I'm not playing around, Edward. Take this seriously. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. It looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the other nautical objects on display. It's certainly a suitably grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents. It's a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. You think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning someone to death with one of them. Ugh, can't tell what's real in here. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? Oh, it's warm, sir. The stream in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water is circulated back to the rooms. Unusual, to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. How's it looking over there, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or... Yes, sir. So, there is. Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? No. So, you do have something to add. No. Ugh, can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. It's the same dialogue. The Boundless Globe, the Dreamer's Wheel, Sextant Severity, Wayfarer's Map. A Diary of Despair. Angel Beset by Thorns. There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is the same design as the one Miss Bound served us earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? The pot and cup were destined for Prince. His were the only ones they found. And was that the case for the utensils too? Everything else had been washed, so there wasn't any prints to find. And Mr. Tanjiro was wearing gloves while he was working on the confectionaries. That could explain why the prints were only found on the teapot and the cup. Gloves! Tanjiro wore them when he was working on his masterpiece over there. They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints, too. I suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. But is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I'm a detective. Everything's suspicious. That's the job! So this is where the body was discovered. Yeah. They took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah, a woman by the name of Bound found it. Samson, are you in here? Ah! Seems she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was. If only we had just a little more information. There's something else in here. Huh? It looks like the seal of some kind, with somebody's initials and an intricate shape carved into it. Is it for making those fancy wax things on documents? Do you think it belonged to the victim? No idea, but it's gotta get logged away, so I'll take that. It's really rather impressive, making an entire ship out of chocolate. That's Samson Tangaroa for you. Don't you just want to take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first, though? That's the real head scratcher, you know? Bite any part of it, kid, and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. Hey, it was just a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I do sometimes wish Eddie would keep his cool a little better. One of the stands for the ship is broken. The ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think... Could that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. You too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a bit more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. You got a picture here someplace. You can see for yourselves. Guess it was from blunt force trauma. What about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? No skin off my nose. It's not like it's official. Bound took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like, disposable or something? No, it means it develops the picture right there and then when you take them. No way! Sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I'd better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I'll need to call in my powers of deduction to find out why. I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. It's titled Voyage of the Red Rover. After sailing the seven seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. Who knew? So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything. Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Sometimes you gotta take a bunch of wrong turns before you find the truth. That's what being a real detective is about. Did they even have detectives back in those days? Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Eureka!
Oh, I think I did that wrong. Consider the relationship between the evidence and what we see before us. There's a contradiction. I'm considering the ship before us, and how you're lucky it's made of chocolate. Otherwise, you'd be on it right now, floating down that little stream over there. Not exactly the most pleasant way to be ejected from a crime scene. Oh. I think I selected the wrong part, that's why. I'm certain there's something missing that ought to be here. I have to actually do this.
Eureka!
You said the only thing that has been removed from the crime scene is the body. Yeah, that and the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. Then something here doesn't quite add up. It doesn't? Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Ugh! You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. And yet that part of the chest is now gone. Oh, the part with blood all over it. Exactly. So did the police remove it? Or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Could be. And you are? Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, Detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth, a pleasure to meet you. And I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. I see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner, here for the contest. You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? The art of air and sugar. No way! Look at that! It's a little baby seahorse! It's a dragon. A noble soaring creature of the skies. That's a dragon? It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. That's why I'm heading to Zhengfa when this is all over. I need to train hard. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. Hey Hoodie, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. It's good to see you. Thank you for the stretch. So what are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. Detective wants to know more about one of the pieces in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. Sugar blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar. They're so cool, it's like watching a swordmaster do his thing. I'm no master. Not a day goes by I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess. The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning, not until you die. The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaro's idea. It's about art. Confectionery is art. Confectionery is art? Art you can eat! Every part of it! Every single item in this room is edible. The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate. Tanjiro is a genius, a once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair, he has it all. And if you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win. I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kind of hard, yeah? As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here. Nothing else matters. So you're competing for a title, effectively. And a treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tanjiro's most prized possession. If you want to know more, that's all written down here. It's the list of rules that was given out to contestants. Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How was the judging organized? It started at 3 p.m. Tanjiro began making the rounds right around then. He left his own room, then worked his way around the venue clockwise. My creations are the first to be judged. After that, he went to Scone's room. She's another one of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal, there's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She was working with Cream, some kind of dreamscape. Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavored ice. Sculptures this time, or so I heard. Bound found the body while Tanjiro was still making the rounds. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tanjiro went right on judging, claims he didn't know a thing about it until afterward. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? I was gonna ask about the piece on the wall here, the one in the frame. Seems like something was off. Thought I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. But then you bozo showed up, pulled me away from my important work. Perhaps we could take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Of course, confectionery is my life. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Who knew you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson's really a god among men. Is it really made of chocolate, though? It looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. You've good eye. I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook? In other words, the grand prize. What? So it's not made of chocolate after all? No, the book is simply enframed in some. Tanjiro showed it to us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. So the participants knew the grand prize was in the room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame. Something's missing. The oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gusto about earlier. Yes. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. So it's not just me. Huh? What's missing? I better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate.
Take that!
Look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing, no? Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. That's not like Tanjiro. The balance is all wrong. But that's not all. Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. Hey, you're right. The candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. Did somebody deliberately damage them? That's a very good question. Or did Tanjiro just want to look like somebody messed with his work? He'd never do something like that to his own creations, never! Could this have some deeper meaning for the case? I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints. They could certainly be important to the case. It's a real head scratcher, alright. Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves. Aw, where's your sense of romance, of adventure? There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. Achoo! Oh, you're alright, Eddie. Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. And besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. I did, didn't I? Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. What panel? Look at that, it was here the whole time. There's one in each of the contest rooms. Tangaroa hid them so he wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. What do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. So, in effect, each room is a giant freezer. It's 59 degrees in here, no wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bad, you, mind if we turn it up a little? Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. But I'm not a detective. The same goes for attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of the crime. Get used to the cold. It's part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way about it. You know the temperature by heart, huh? Guess it is your job. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that anymore. Alright, what about lollipops? And cream? If it's not too hot or humid, a lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Detective Bad kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? I suppose he must be very fond of them. I don't believe there's anything more to be found here. Well, there's flavor text. This must be the title of this piece. Angel beset by thorns. That's pretty mysterious. Really gets you thinking, huh? I think I'm a fan. You have good taste. I'm especially fond of it myself. Simply captivating. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Gusto praised me. Now, Eddie, don't make this into a thorny issue by bragging about it. You have bad taste. Was that a dad joke, Mr. Edgeworth? I better make note of this momentous occasion. Where did I make a joke? Dad or otherwise? This picture is not made of chocolate. It's the cover of a book. The ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook. In other words, the grand prize. Yes, and framed in chocolate. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. So the participants knew the grand prize was in the room the whole time. It's a journal belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship. Also made of chocolate. A Dire of Despair. That's some title. Come, hearken, see how we crossed the sea and rode the red tide to misery. Quite a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic-sounding tale. A candelabra made of chocolate. There's a title here. The Light of Life. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of the life-giving flames. Does that have some sort of symbolic meaning? Or could it be... These controls can be used to adjust the room's temperature and lighting. Red, yellow, green, dark blue, light blue, white, that's a huge range. Temperature set to 59 degrees. Light set, color to white. The pieces in here are made of chocolate, that's why. White light makes them look better. Mr. Tangaroa must see the room itself as part of his carefully crafted creations. Looks like a fire alarm. Yeah, and before you start prodding it, it's not made of chocolate. Push it and bells will start ringing. People will come running from the security room. A whole bunch of hassle, so don't. I know you want to, but don't. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Typical attorney. What does being an attorney have to do with anything? stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. And the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. Yeah, said the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. Why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. Could that really have been the case? All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mystery person's tampering spree. When it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest, which would have remained closed otherwise. I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it, no two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place, locked from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. I see, and who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa. And it's the only one, there aren't any copies. With the mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody's room, anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. But Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? No, which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Would you care to explain your thinking? Why I think Tangaroa did it. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. The one thing he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney? Do you also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room? Yep. I know you have to believe your client. That's your job. But I'm a detective and I serve the law. No matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. I fully understand your reasoning, Detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Huh. Do your worst. Just as a detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect. That's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaroa, Detective. And that's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right on, Mr. Attorney. Maybe quit interrupting. Let me finish. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why would he deliberately not lock his door? Because if he'd locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he did it, as he had the only key. But maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe he just left it unlocked without meaning to. He just happened to leave it unlocked, and somebody just happened to find a body inside. Come on, kid. You'll never make detective thinking like that. But I don't want to be a detective. I want to be an attorney. I'd be grateful if you stopped trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaroa left his door unlocked. And why he smashed the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed his treasure chest open? Yep. If he hadn't, the body would never have been found. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contest at the same time. Exactly, and besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on Bacon Bob while dancing. That's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. This isn't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bob, Detective. Am I the only one who isn't familiar with the show? Wow, I never would have guessed! Can you sing the theme song too? Never mind that now. Focus. The point is, Tanjiro was responsible for breaking that lid. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up. The judging began in Mr. Gusto's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out myself. In that case, how about a demonstration? Well, it's you, Detective. That's so cute. Are you calling him a dirty dog? It's a wolf! A lone wolf. I like it. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow. So you made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there.
Hold it!
Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. Autopsy report's still pending. And yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa. We may not know when the murder happened. We know the body was discovered. Or when the body was discovered. It was while Tangaroa was judging Gusto's room. The perfect alibi if you could set up just right. It's still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I got nothing more to say to you. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? Detective Bad seems pretty convinced Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit. But there's no way he would have vandalized his own creations. No way! Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that. Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so makes it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Bad's theory. The victim's body was found in Samson Tangaroa's room inside a chocolate treasure chest. The lid was closed until the ship collapsed. Part of the treasure chest that was covered in blood is missing. Every other item in the room is also missing a piece of itself. The cause of death appears to have been blood loss following blunt force trauma.
Objection!
We've established the body was hidden inside the chest. And then Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer the sound was out of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely, based on the evidence. And yet you assert it was Mr. Tangaroa who'd smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear it was the ship that did the smashing. If that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at the time. I never said he did it then and there. He could have done something to the stand so it collapsed when he was in the middle of judging.
Objection!
Have you any way of proving that assertion? No, but the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. So he doesn't have anything conclusive. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Yep, on the door. But we found Tangaroa's and Frost's prints on there. We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started work on our creations. Those prints are probably from them. I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet. Why would... We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine, but if we don't find anything, your guy's still at the top of my list. Got it? You, check all this chocolate stuff for prints, now! Yes, sir, right away! Detective Bad! We finished dusting the chocolate and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangaroa, sir. Go on. Whose? Delicious Scone, sir. She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir. So it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa. Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't able to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'll go speak to Miss Scone, see what she has to say for herself. Delicious Scone. Mr. Gusto mentioned her too. He said she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. This Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes, I think we better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting you is not my job. Oh, come on! But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. But Detective Bad, sir. I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor's still busy in there. He'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. Who is this him? Who did they assign the case to? Manfred von Karma. What? They gave it to von Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years! Manfred von Karma. A living legend over at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one other in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue what I believe is right. To be continued. It's off to a good start! I like some of the localization names. Judy Bound, very good. Delicious Scone is more or less the same as the fan translation, which is also more or less the same as the Japanese version, so... December 24th, 7:30 p.m. Contest venue. Scone's room. Whoa, a candy castle! And look, there's even some little elves to go with it. Room's laid out. Pretty much the same as Tangaroa's. It's not as cold though. That's something. Let's see. Yeah. Looks like there's a temperature control panel in here too. Over there where the orange light is, right? Better take a closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicious Scone. Where is Miss Scone? Me? Well, I'm just over here, dearie. Oh, just look at you lovely boys. Delicious Scone at your service. Some cheeky blighters back in Blighty even call me Miss Delicious. Teehee. Called a lovely boy at 34. Unexpected to say the least. Lovely boys? Really? Even Mr. E? Oh yes, dear. You the detective over there. You're all lovely boys to me. I'm nobody's a lovely boy, lady. Name's Bad. I wonder just how old she is. Finish this up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. Yes, alright.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? Chit-chatting with the defense! Mr. Edgeworth, some scary guy just stepped out of the castle! Von Karma. What? He's Manfred von Karma? Sorry, mannequins! The notorious Prosecutor von Karma himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. I couldn't care less what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear, never to show your sniveling face again. What a thoroughly rude individual. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. Ugh, you're even scarier than they say. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. We were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. And why would I wish to extend to you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy. So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it. Why the sudden change of heart? You, the tall fellow. Name's Bad. Is that so hard to remember? I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of lowly detectives do not concern me. But I do admire your spirit. Bad, see to it these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to? I'm not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusto's room. Good day. Great, more babysitting. Why are Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for them to be bad blood between them. Well, looks like we have some permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it. Indeed, I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we could do that much. Hold up, I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing up before I get my chance. You have to wait until I'm done. Huh? But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at this room yet? Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Right up until now, just in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Let's say we look over the room together, detective. It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. What kind of screwball attorney asked to have a detective breathing down his neck? Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer. Yes, you're amazing, Mr. E! Give her thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in my way, you're out of here. Of course, we understand. Now, shall we begin? What is it? Rooms laid out the same as Tangaroa's. Does anything else strike you as strange? Von Karma was inside the castle. Must have been looking around in there. Who knows? Maybe he had a reason to. What about Miss Scone? Does she seem suspicious to you? She's hiding something. I'll bet my badge on it. Call it detective's intuition. Detective's intuition, huh? Well, I have to say I don't disagree. Something's not right here. I think you better hear Miss Scone's side of the story. Ah, the thick, sweet scent of delicious whipped cream in the air. It's like a fairy tale, but in real life. And yet, there he was, standing in the middle of it all with that evil look on his face. This whole experience is wasted on scary old creep. Come now, Eddie. You can't call people names like that. It's rude. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll try to be more careful. It's just, he reminds me of this teacher I had who was always super angry with me. A stern school teacher, huh? Now that he mentions it, Mr. Von Karma does have the look of one. But I shudder to think what it would be like for Miles to study under him. Oh, Gregory. Oh, Gregory. I hate to break it to you, man. I love how they have all these, like, references that are like, yeah, we know what happens in the future. It's like he looks into the camera and he's like, it would suck if Miles studied under this guy. Right? That would never happen. Right? Don't turn around, don't turn around. If you turn around, you'll eat it. You can't eat the castle. Don't eat the castle. I guess he's watching his sugar intake. Hey Lexi, welcome to the stream. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and sitting on a little tree stump. Huh, the whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. The elf seems completely fine. Strange. There's a small door on the wall here, just like in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees, light set to green. Didn't Gusto say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature in here is too high. That is odd. I wonder why. There's a blowtorch, some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. I wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Mango Down 911. Homocyanide 247. Wait, they're all poisons. No, sir, they're common colorings and flavorings used in candies and desserts. The first is concentrated mango, boiled down to its purest essence, hence Mango Down. Ugh, they're asking for trouble with a name like that. Now I'm curious as to what homocyanide might be. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made of sugar and cream. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. I didn't know you were into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get so carried away there. Oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. I sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. I can't help but worry that his interests will make it hard for him to make friends. Don't say that. He sounds super interesting. He'll make a ton of friends. Me included, I'm sure. I like to think you'll be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. A big brother, huh? Guess I have some growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. Then with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Huh? These pillars. They have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Well, whatever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry. A giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? Can't blame a guy for wishing. I prefer bananas myself. Blueberries for me. The doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was that guy born in a barn? He could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that's Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Wait, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anyone's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Ugh, cream's going all runny. It's all over the detective's shoes. Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? Alright, tell me what you want me to look at first. There's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls altogether. Well, they certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost looks like somebody hid it in here. And I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. 2 big rock crystals. Looks like somebody was using the castle for storage. Kind of expected something a little more exciting behind those doors. Oh, I know! Maybe they're giant uncut gemstones. Maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle with a priceless treasure hidden inside. I think I'd treat my priceless treasures with a little more care. Huh? There's something on the bottom of them. Looks like a little stand or something. I was right, they are gemstones. The stands must be so they can be put on display. Well, whatever they are, it seems that they're not just a large set of paperweights. The rock crystal stands and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh yeah, hexagon to hexagon. Makes perfect sense. But if that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle. I imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone, what were you using these items inside the castle for? Oh, those? Sorry, Lambkin, but I'm not allowed to say. Let me guess, Von Karma. Yeah, how did you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. He'll have my guts for garters. Seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, thought we were onto something with those giant rock crystals, but... Well, what's that, dearie? You interested in my little trinkets? Your trinkets? Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relaxed. You use rock crystals and cloths to do that. I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. And they're not just any old rock crystals either. They're big lumps of salt with lights inside them. Wow, those things are lamps? Tee. Oh, that's not even the half of it. Those cloths hold even more exciting secret. She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here, why don't I give you lovely boys a taste of my relaxation magic, Oh, Batty Bumpkin, can you get it all out and set up for me? The name is bad. Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Batty Bumpkin? You, have you finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir, we have, sir. Then help Miss Scone here with something, will you? Yes, sir, right away, sir. Teehee, you're such a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Batty Bee? That's amazing, Miss Scone. You got him to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent. Thank you ever so much, Battykins. And you, Officer Lovely. She's even giving nicknames to the forensics guys now. I guess it's her way of showing she cares. So what about this is supposed to be relaxing exactly? Oh, don't be a big sourpuss, Batty Bee. The fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now. Yes, ma'am. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. I wish my son were here to see it. Isn't it though? Isn't it just wonderful? The 4 adorable elves and the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's my theme, you see. And I thought it'd be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen? One of the elves must be feeling a little left out. This is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm glad you lovely boys got to see it at least. Wait, shouldn't the lamps be lit up too? Oh, what's happened here, I wonder? I think we better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time. Hey Vanilla, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. Look, there's a red stain on the left. That's not just a stain, that's... Yep, it's blood alright. I can smell it. What? Blood? Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb is broken? We better take a closer look at the other one too. So if Miss Scone actually had intended to use these lamps on her display, then why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken. Except, there's plenty of other places she could have put them. The best place to hide some salt is in some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. I'll need to point it out by making a deduction. My shoes are already covered in cream. I wouldn't go any closer unless you want the same thing to happen to you. We've seen what's behind those doors, so there's really no need to look again. The doors look nicely decorated now thanks to the beautiful cloth around it. The cloth in which we found inside the castle. A welcoming doorway makes a welcoming home. That's just common sense for us detectives. Says the man who just trampled all over the castle's entranceway. I'll hold my tongue for now. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Prizes: the ultimate cookbook, the title of the world's greatest confectioner. Rules: judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants to gather in Mr. Tangaro's room when judging ends. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. Contests may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed.
Eureka!
Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, Detective. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloths will both be against the rules. Is that why they are stashed away inside the castle? I think we need to dig a little further into this with Mrs. Scone before we can say for sure. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. The fabric above it and the other decorations around it really add to the dreamlike atmosphere. Stare at it for too long, we might get swept in the fantasy ourselves. Well, our job is to stay here in reality, get to the bottom of this. Nobody's getting swept up in any flights of fancy on my watch. These must be the various tools Miss Scone used to build her castle. Buckets filled with cream, trowels, a brush. She a patissier or a plasterer? Don't you go making jokes at my expense, you cheeky young devil. I don't just slap stuff on walls like a silly old plaster. I have to spread the cream out lovely and smooth and work out all the rough patches. That's literally exactly what a plasterer does. The 4 adorable elves and the sweetest little castle made of sweets. So that's the theme behind Miss Scone's creations, huh? Unlucky for her, things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make them. What's the matter? Something weird about the ladder? It's not a ladder, Detective Bad. It's a step ladder. Same difference. Far from it, actually. You'd know it if you observe their basic natures more closely. Amazing, Mr. E! I'll have to remember this for future reference. Ah yes, the classic ladders and step ladders argument. All Ace Attorney games need. This elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Scone. Well, I didn't want to, did I, dear? But one of my cloths and one of my little machines went missing. Cloth? And what sort of machine exactly? Oh, you'll never guess how it all works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these light thingamajigs. They're called, full-spectrum light-emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optical fiber strand. That's what makes a cloth glow. With a little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Bright red like ferocious fiery flames. Cold blue like clinking crystals of ice. They have these special batteries that last for donkey's years and they don't mind the cold at all. Forgive me, so these machines, they're what makes the special luminous cloth light up in all these beautiful colors, Mr. E. I see. So much new technology. I could barely keep up. So these light-emitting devices, you lost one of them in a piece of luminous cloth. That's right, Lambkin. Heaven only knows where they could have gone to. This cloth, it could have something to do with the case. What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two? Why yes, nothing happened at all. Huh? But you just said yes. Ah, teehee, that was a hello yes, you silly boy. Aren't you just the sweetest little sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again? Eddie. Eddie Lumpkin? Oh, you'll go so far, dearie, I can tell. Eddie Lumpkin. Seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment. She's not exactly what I picture when I think of a gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind that now, we should ask her a few questions while we can. Can you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest? Of course, dearie. Let's see. It's all started about 10 in the morning. That's when we set to work. And, well, I spent most of the time here in my room getting everything ready, as you'd expect. Oh, and there was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so from around 1, I think. Afternoon tea? It's an English tradition. A chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. So kinda like recess? I suppose you could say that. Oh, you really know your onions, don't you, Greggy Pegleg? Such a clever boy. When did I become Greggy? And where was this afternoon tea served? Out in the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. They do it at the same hour every break time during the contest. Lay out a nice little spread, you know? But today, only me, Samson, Silly Pants, and Moody Judy were there for it. Sammy Poople had already finished his big creation, so he was there the whole time. The poor old Chillywinks and Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet. Bless them. You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto were present. That's right, dear. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. But I wasn't about to miss out on tea and cake served by our 2 TV superstars. I went right back to work when I finished, though. Tootled off while the others were still nattering away. At any point during the contest, did you visit any other competitors' rooms? Well, no, dear, don't be silly. That's strange, because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Caught red-handed! Wait, so you admit you were there? Oh, well, I can hardly deny it now, can I? But I didn't kill anybody, I swear. I suppose I better tell you what really happened. Just promise you'll believe me, won't you, dear? What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Well, I suppose you call it research. Research? Sammy Poop was a dab hand when it comes to the old sweet making. Everybody knows that. So when I noticed there was no one in there, I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I said. What kind of research? These fingerprints? Yes, well, it stands to reason I leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble now, is it? What? You ate little pieces of them? So, the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room, that was all you? I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? I didn't want poor Sammy Poople getting upset, so it was just the teeniest bits and pieces. And the stand holding up the ship. You took a bite out of that, I suppose. Oh yes, dear, of course I did. It was you. You brought the whole thing crashing down. I'm sorry, my lovely, I am. Hold on, is that why you left the afternoon tea early? You were heading off for a second helping of sweets. Look, just please believe me, I never killed anybody. Your actions were certainly suspicious. That's all about we could say for now. We know the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. We found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? For sure! It could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. You, science guy! Did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir! Just got done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. There you have it. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. I'm beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. Whipped cream in the room is collapsing because the temperature is too high. It's 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. And yet... when you open the doors of the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy? That's not the way I describe most things made of confectionaries. I think we better take another look at those handles, don't you? What the? I think it's safe to say these handles aren't made of candy. It's not just the handles. The whole castle, the little elves. They're all just plastic models with whipped cream smeared on top. What? So none of this is confectionery art after all? No, it's simply made to look like candy, with the cream having been added to lend an air of authenticity. So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules. Yeah, guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. Why is it so warm in here? Do you think it's got something to do with all this? This is a good question. I think we better go ask Miss Scone herself. Miss Scone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? Because I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? Besides, being chilly's no good for a girl. If I want to keep my fresh face complexion, I've got to be careful about these things. We ladies have to stay young, don't you know? How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. It's not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie. But most of your work is made of whipped cream. And whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate. Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me, eh? I've only got it made a whoopsie. Wait, she really didn't know that? World-class confectioner my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant of basic facts about her supposed craft. Miss Scone grows more mysterious by the minute. Miss Scone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created. She says that she snuck into another entrance room for research purposes. Hardly the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I picture a top pro acting. Does she maybe just lack a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into the room to do some research. Wait, you mean... maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying for certain just yet. She is hiding something, that much I'm certain of. That's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Yes, we certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched the room. Yet he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too. Him. And Scone. How could you, Batty Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that! It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma and Miss Scone as I am. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? Of course, dear. Where are we off to? To find Mr. Von Karma. December 24th, 8:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. Mr. Von Karma, we'd like to speak with you if it's alright. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing, you found the murder weapon. We did. It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Huh, nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found, Tangaroa's guilty. As long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain. How could he be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Miss Scone's room. Of course I do, and I'd be delighted to share with you. The murder weapon. Tangaroa killed Frost with his skull and salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if he had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon? Considerably less so. And that is why there's no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. So, it's your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Scone's room. It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion. It is a fact based on my own investigation. You mean you have proof he did so? I don't need any such thing. What? If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. He took one of the salt lamps from Miss Scone's room back to his own. Indeed. He prepared it beforehand, knowing it would be the perfect weapon with which to kill Frost. We found the lamp in Miss Scone's room. Surely this casts Miss Scone herself in a suspicious light. Perhaps if you would let me finish. Now, as I was saying. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. You're talking about the lamp made of rock salt that was hidden inside the Candy Castle, correct? Precisely. I was the one who found it. So be grateful. It's thanks to me you even have such a vital piece of evidence. What made you go inside the castle in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? Good point. Maybe he just wanted to see what it was like in there. Fools! You think I went in there on a whim? I went in there because detectives are an incompetent lot, so I investigated myself. But I had nothing to do with the initial investigation. That's right. Detective Bad wasn't part of this investigation until very recently. If you want my trust, detective, you'll have to earn it. And a good first step would be to stop wasting my time. Now, if you'll allow me to continue. You still wonder who the heck married Von Karma? Only the most perfect of women, obviously. I wonder what Edgeworth's mom was like, too. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious.
Hold it!
He came under suspicion anyway due to the body being in his room. So why... Would you like to hear a favorite expression of mine? Even a dog can hold still and stay. Now let me finish. If only I could say the same to you. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon, considerably less so.
Hold it!
So you think he hid the body in the chest, but removed the murder weapon from the crime scene? Yes, he foolishly believed his own creation to be the perfect hiding place. I'm sorry, I had to help myself. Or I couldn't help myself. Well, I think you mean you couldn't help yourself, no? She doesn't seem very sorry to me. In any case, the weapon was taken away while the body remained at the scene of the crime. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. But if there's no proof, how can you say for certain Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit? Tisk, that's the best you could do at pressing me. Listen here, the presence of the body in Tangaroa's room is in itself proof of this guilt.
Objection!
And you didn't find evidence pointing to any other possible suspects. Perhaps you should take another look. You might... You really don't give up, do you? There's no need to take another look. Tangaroa's guilty. End of story. If you insist on inserting otherwise, show me some proof to back up your ridiculous claim. I have to think back over the scene of the crime. If Mr. Tangaroa really isn't guilty, there must be something that points to somebody else. Pressing Mr. Von Karma on any of his statements won't have much of an effect, I fear. My only hope is to find a piece of evidence that contradicts his claims.
Objection!
It's true the murder weapon and the blood-stained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime. Something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. The cloth covering the victim's lower half. Is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room? What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colorful cloths? At the scene of the crime, you say? Luminous cloth. Nonsense, I see no light to speak of. I guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent. Look at his face! I don't think he was expecting that. But the fact the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. If you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma. I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as the person of interest. Ah! She uses her foot to lift the bowl back up. I think her apron design is the same as Frank Sawet's apron. Frankie Pegleg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people! I'm not accusing you of anything just yet. I do think you're hiding something. Ah, that's not... Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder. Exactly. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Is something funny? Only that you walked so carelessly into my trap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you. What does he mean? Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began, noted the lamps and cloths contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping. What? Then after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost, as he secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. And as you know, he was in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder. So you see... I have everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel? To have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom. Ugh, this can't be happening. Wait, all our hard work was for nothing? Miss Scone, why don't you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? Well, dear. Mannequin said if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion. Mr. Von Karma said that. And he wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago. Tisk, tisk. Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are two and only two sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. Two? Yes, those of Delicious Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost, and was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. Tisk, tisk, tisk. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict.
Objection!
But wait! What about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. Ugh. I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No more pitiful objections. Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you. Mr. E! I'm not about to just give up. I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad, escort them off the premises now. This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad. What is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half solved. There's still one last thing for the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. But whatever they might be, they're no business of the defense.
Objection!
I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it may be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. What? This is a yet unidentified something that was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
Take that!
There are 5 finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belong to the murderer. It can certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. How do you know so much about the crime scene? Because I let them look around. You let the defense examine the scene, Bad. Are you out of your mind? I don't remember you telling me not to. Ugh, insolent worm! You would do well to remember this then, Detective. That's the results of your next salary review are up to me. Ugh. Detective Bad's in trouble now, too. I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as you remember the results of your salary review is up to your performance in this case. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. But it's entirely possible that these finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations.
Objection!
Okay, you proved conclusively the finger marks are his. Furthermore, there is still something on Miss Scone that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Oh, stop it, Greggy! Stop it, stop it! Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal Delicia? I owed up to nibbling poor Sammy Poople's sweets. What more do you want? I don't want to have to make you a suspect. That much is certain. But you lied to us. And you're still not telling us everything. Greggy, stop it! Stop bullying me! I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry, just a silly, muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say? I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough! I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourself. Evidence is everything in a courtroom, in case you've forgotten. If you're gonna accuse a witness of perjury, I demand you present something to back it up. This isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless, what proof do I have Miss Scone doesn't know the first thing about making desserts?
Take that!
Every single one of Miss Scone's creations break the rules of the contest. The offending items, the cloths and the lamps, were duly confiscated as we established. And the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself.
Objection!
Those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it, it's all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. Ugh. No real-world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is that true, Bad? Yep. Saw it with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects. But no, dearie, I'm no killer. Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work? Alright. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you could believe it. A pharmacist? I can't blame him for being so surprised. This could be further from what we imagined. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one? Well, I just love eating sweets, if you must know. And Sammy Poople's sweets are the best, or so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final. Even Mr. Von Karma's a loss for words. Seriously though, how did she get to the finals like this? That's it? That's the only reason you're here? Yes, dearie, it was worth it. Sammy's silly pants sweeties are the tastiest treats I've ever did eat. And the finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? No, that wasn't me, dear. I don't even wear gloves. Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found everywhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves. Exactly, Lambkin. Greggy Peglegs got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman. Is your head filled with cream, too? Sorry, mannequins. Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywig's room for a little taste, too. You were in the victim's room, too? Yes, dear. Nobody was in there, you see. Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead. I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted something so salty in all my life. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off to the side to cleanse my palate. You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed. What didn't she sample? That's everything, I promise. Reggie Pegels, mannequins, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things. As long as what you told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Do not think for a second this means I myself believe you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Mr. Von Karma, please, let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our own conclusions. Accompany me if you like, but don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. We'd like to accompany you all the same. December 24th, 9 o'clock p.m. Contest venue. Frost's room. What is the meaning of this? When we got to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach, and it was going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. To be continued. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room. Whoa, went deep on that one. Sorry, Miles Areno. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that is how it all came about. I read the files, but they didn't go into anywhere near the level of detail. I bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Von Karma was the one in charge, after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year. This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to disappear? Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. If it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed, and the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display, 18 years after the fateful day. The very sculptures the victims made. Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seems like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these icy marbles, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it, it's locked. The galley is open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Fender. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet you were given. The Winter Wing is over there. It is. Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we could have seen 18 years ago. April 2nd. Zodiac Hall. Winter Wing. Ugh, I see they're keeping it chilly as heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right. It's like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere in the back there if memory serves. Hey, Miles sir, can you go peep the temperature count, or the degree count? I think a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? Alright, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around, taking the sights while you're at it. I got a camera I need to prep for action. I feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so we can have a gander. Of course. That's right, you guys, you see him. A familiar pair. Oh, I didn't mean to... Leaving so soon, Miles? Stick around, take in the sights, might as well while we're here. It's too cold. I was thinking of heading somewhere warmer. If you want, I can lend you some of the old Fender threads. In exchange for your jacket, of course. I'll be fine, thank you. Seems like I'll stick it out a little longer. Oh, how about this? I scream out, oh no, this must be the work of that villain Damask. Yeah, and I go, that's me, the legendary Mask Damask. Yeah, and then, no. Say that, and you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. You gotta take this more seriously. Otherwise, how are you gonna get this to market? Get this to market to sell? What exactly are these two plotting? Yep, it's just a little cameo. Miles Reno, mind if I ask you something? Of course, assuming it's something I can help you with. I was wondering, do you think we're allowed to take pics in here? What? You didn't check? Well, I don't see any signs and we weren't told not to, so I suppose it's probably okay. Good, cause even if it wasn't, I was planning to grab my shots anyway. Gregory always wanted to see the place. And what Gregory wants, Gregory gets. My father, what would he have noticed if he were here? Perhaps if he had the chance to see it, that trial might have... No, what's happened happened. The boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing in an art gallery on his own? Ugh, she wanted to run a gallery so bad, she just quit the industry? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? Huh. Bender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little trick you don't know where it is. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Dang thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the Winter Wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Hooey, that's colder than the snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's gonna get a snuggle. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Hey, Dreamy Yuba-chan, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explanatory text engraved in it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then Damask needs to... Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind. I'll just go and take a look at some other exhibits. Well, thanks for calling Kirby, Ash. These are two large ice sculptures on display here. Guess these are remakes of Frostwork from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think I get to see them instead, so many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, Milester, but would you mind looking this way a sec? This way. Beautiful, yeah, just like that. Fender, really? Say cheese! Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. I love his face here. My bad, big guy, my bad. I had to check if this old thing was still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever heard of an instant camera? It develops a picture right after you take the shot. Still twist my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. I should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of your room here. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taken. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Ugh, I should be a paparazzo. These are gold, and they develop right away. Wanna see? Well, since you've already taken one, or since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these two sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during winter time. Bingo! He shoots, he scores! Whoa, you're a regular encyclopedia, Miss Milester. I guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, this one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. So the victim made these same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago. Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in the photos though. But these are the spit of the originals. So this is what you want to show me. Yep, I think Gregory would have wanted you to see him, too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. I'm jealous of people that are very photogenic. Because I am not photogenic. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not the only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in the Winter Wing, and uniquely these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the Summer Wing too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of a larger constellation of Taurus. Why cram so many stars in one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. Ah! What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. April 2nd, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. There's someone on the ground. And is that... Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy! You should have seen it! It was awful! Just calm down and tell me why there's an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything! He just fell down in front of me! Wait, I know this guy. Yep, it's him. It's always Larry. Is everything alright? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, the smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everyone out of here. Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poisonous gas coming from that room. April 2nd, 10:42 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out. It sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedic said there was no sign of external injury, and he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive, just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. I couldn't help noticing it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. A confectioner. So he was here 18 years ago too. Anyhoozles, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pals of yours, Miles Areno? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Oh, they're finally playing Larry's theme, unlike in the last game. Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Laurice Donim when I'm dressed like this. No more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Laurice Donim. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa, grade school buddies! I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. I never knew I was the cause of such worries from my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Laurice, Edgy! How many times did I tell you? It's Laurice! What are you doing here? Ah! What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk! Just stop looking at me like that! Good, now talk. You wanna know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think I am? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here at Lulu soon, so I thought I'd better scope the place out. So, not actually for your art at all. Laurice, my man, an artist and a romantic. You have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure, it's nice to have somebody take an interest in it for once. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Lauricio. Did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, that. The old guy, he just appeared and then splat! He was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud, that's the least we should be able to hope for. Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes. Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful, and on our first day in business. Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh wait, I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well... Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. She aged very well for 18 years. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was a bomb. I see you're a good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor? I'm so sorry, forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Oh, hey Judy, can I get an autograph? You can write in here. Well, if you're sure you even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on, Milester, you don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing? Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. It's not just TV. Movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Oh, don't be so silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it my dying day. Ah, you and me are peas in a pod, Larice. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You didn't come all the way to an art gallery after all. You'd be ashamed to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor. Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy. Seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. He's a real live wire, that one. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room, helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Delicia Scone. We heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a quinky-dink. Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea. A drop of the old Judy Bounce special blend? Why not? For old time's sake. That would be lovely. Thank you. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I better go and explain things to the other visitors. You go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again. This aroma. Phelan, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. A top quality Ceylon indeed. It's citrus aroma. It's said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the saucers back then. Not today though, it seems. Anyway. Don't you think this is a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case, all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes. It almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you alright? Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could. Well, if it isn't the cavalry. Come on, team, bring it in. No way. Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing. Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she would take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off.
Huh. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ.
Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. All set, sir. Just say the word. I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could be dangerous. All right. We're counting on you, detective.
Good luck in there, Dicky boy. No way, Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir. Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of 2 people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of 2-horned animal. Wait, a statue of 2 people and a 2-horned animal. That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. Sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir, and the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers are the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. And was anyone in the security room when the alarm went off? This place only has 1 employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time, since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yep, seems it could only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could maybe even check in how bad the fire was, try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. One more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing. So the autumn wing is cold too. I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? That's about all I got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. April 2nd, 11:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. What did Gummy have to say? He said the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. Huh? I don't get it. I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Not meant to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh yeah, there's one guy, Miles' best bud. His what? Ugh, if we have to. And I guess we have to. Wait, that's... Hey, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh faced as ever. Huh? Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right? So here's the deal, Kay. I'm Larice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Larice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy, that doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything. I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did, anyway. Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound so sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for about 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I better find out what he did this time. Our aim is to uncover anything Larry might be hiding. However...
I didn't see anything! I didn't do anything! You can't prove otherwise!
It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated, wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's been doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge. Let's get this over with. Mine chest. Domain expansion. Why are you here? Why exactly did you come to the gallery today?
What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. I'm joking, okay? I never scribble one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks.
According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree.
Don't laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work.
Hey, Hero! Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by today. It's good to see you.
She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all.
And where is this Lulu? Have you come here alone?
What, a guy can't be apart from his girl for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know. Fine. Lulu says she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date.
And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch.
Not so much this time, actually. But you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kind of like it.
How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give away so much in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu.
What? How'd you figure all that out?
From your incessant prattling, you just can't help yourself, can you?
Fine, I won't say another word.
Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but all of my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here.
What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kind of hung around by the fountain.
You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk.
Huh? You mean, entry isn't... It's not free to get in here?
You mean to tell me that you entered without paying?
I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anyone at the reception desk is all. So I just thought entry must be free.
You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time?
Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite.
Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at a reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident.
And right after she got the place open for business too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now.
You said you don't have a pamphlet, yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it?
How? How'd you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it.
Larry's not the one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing?
What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in, sure, but...
You tried to get in, but you couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. I want to get in there, but... That old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking.
So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you.
Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door, and then down he went.
But wasn't it the Autumn Wing the victim came out of?
If that stupid poison gas thing never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now.
Larry seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. I like how the other option was, I'm done with you, go home. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry?
You don't let up, do you? I told you, I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kinda changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead.
I think it's time to deploy my clue. Did you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you're distracted by the victim's collapse.
Well, I didn't not see something. But that doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it?
You buffoon, you've fallen into my trap. Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying.
Yeah! How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point in trying to keep it a secret any longer.
I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate.
I just couldn't help staring at the Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
Objection!
You keep talking about a Gemini statue. There's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible.
What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something?
Larry's still laboring under the misconception he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. Summer Room has Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra. Autumn has Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries. Spring has Virgo, Leo, Cancer. Winter has Taurus and Gemini.
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini.
I guess that makes sense.
Why is he not more surprised by that?
It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either.
Other stuff?
You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you.
Show me what exactly?
I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so well, I wanna see. Really? Alright, here.
What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me the statue was crying tears of blood.
I have to say, Larice, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad, I screamed out loud.
So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish! That's what I mean. A goddess with a fishy bottom half? Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Wow, really? I thought Pisces were just two plain old fish. Edgy. Do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into fish? That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Oh, look at you tucking it carefully into your organizer. I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom, Edgeworth. You're the worst, Edgy, the worst! Kinda freaky deaky though, huh? A statue with the bottom half that changes shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the Autumn Wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the Autumn Wing. The good detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue. You're going in there, Kay? Maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright everyone, to the Autumn Wing. Here we are, at least. Really does look a lot like the Winter Wing. Glad you can make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No! For the last time, the name is Laurice Dornim. Detective, your report, if you don't mind. Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Was somebody using it to heat something? Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? The Pisces statue? Huh? You're sure you're up on your constellations, sir? You know what, the one in the other case is too. This is the Autumn Wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Guess it's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's draped around it kind of tripped me up. Hey, isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident too. Take a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases too. Yeah, that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad. Sir, let me whip him off right now for you. Wow, they're beautiful. So the transformation Larry witnessed. Could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue lower half fell away? See, Edgy? See? I wasn't imagining things, and I wasn't mistaken. Ugh. Listen, Master, I think we can all agree, this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the Winter Wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up just in a way that make it look similar. With the cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half up, he looks pretty much like a Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. Somebody went to some lengths to disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Fender? Mr. Winner and Judge Cavell. Oh, what the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I failed my duty yet again.
I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. Ugh! And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the Goddess of Justice would have me judge you. You got it all wrong! It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth for help, not the other way around! It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean... Exactly, your, salary check is taking a hit. But you're looking forward to payday now, huh? Always wanted to say that. Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winter. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I'm saying at all. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. We must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates, unfit to tread the hollow ground of the scene. What? But we only just got here. The Goddess of Justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace, and Eustace alone. By which you mean this is Mr. Winter's case. That's exactly what she means. It's time for Warma back to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything. What'd you say? A suspect already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Unsurprising you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude. Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Oh yeah, exactly! What's your aptitude, smart guy? Wow, he's totally shameless. Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. I can't think of the name now. Wait there a second, let me just call him real quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why let him make the call if you know the answer? The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxian. What kind of chemicals are those? Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it is entirely benign. So it's something anyone can get their hands on. Precisely. But the same cannot be said for asphyxian. That does sound nasty. What is it used for? It's the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It's a pure white in color, and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it, here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from. I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now. Don't waste your breath. Judge Cavell informed us already. Great. This'll make this quicker then, I guess. So, the source of the gas, ubiquium, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. You can't accuse me just because of that. Objection to the paints on the palette in your hand. Edgy, is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here! Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you. Nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions? Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a little of this, losers. Oh boy, here we go again. Winner's winning deduction. Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim, and was the first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which as we know is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was the one winning stride away from the victim, which makes him the winner of our list of suspects. Right, Gavel? You think so too, right? It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of the events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps? I think I might have left my heart there, you know. And you might have picked it up. I'll be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deal a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs, because I win. I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic. I don't suppose I have much choice. Our friend the artist here won the race to find the victim, and was the first on the scene, correct?
Hold it!
I'll be the first to admit he's something of a suspicious character.
Objection!
First to admit? Are you trying to beat me to it? But you can't, because I'm the winner! I'm the first rate, always! Huh? I'm a first rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which as we know is found in paint.
Hold it!
We do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right, which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you? He was carrying paint on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim.
Hold it!
It's by no means certain the paint was the source of the poison gas. Ah, well, it's by no means certain it wasn't either. Was that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Edgeworth's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. Ugh, you make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he had paint, and he was closest to the victim. Which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. That's really all you're basing your suspicion of Mr. Butts on. What? You have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up. He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is, so let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener. We also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, he even phoned the other guy and he still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over as quickly as we can. It's a waste of our time. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did, and it was created by the artist guy. With the red paint we know is full of ubiquium. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice, one prosecutor to another. It always listens to help to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, asphyxian. Paint containing of ubiquium alone won't create any kind of gas at all. Oh, it wouldn't? I thought they said the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium.
So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report?
Yeah.
The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about.
My aptitude? What does that even mean?
You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability, or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. An attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely.
I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again.
What I'm doing is demonstrate you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation.
Overruled.
Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. What flaws might those be? Firstly, you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing.
That's...
And secondly, you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime.
But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium with the white asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else.
Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had he not been making needless trouble.
We're not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas is made? I don't believe you. I certainly can point you towards a vital clue as to how it was done.
He is bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him.
It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner.
If you are sure.
Come on then, show me what you got. What shows how the gas was created, huh?
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas. That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears Mr. Butts saw, that was the ubiquium. What? Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit's some kind of evil spirit? How much time am I gonna have to waste taking him through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something else inside the case. What? What evidence do you have it's what's happened? The evidence is right here in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows the two liquids had mixed together.
Take that!
Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows the two chemicals mixed. What? Wait! I don't get it. How does that prove some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxian? We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white? Don't treat me like a dum-dum, Edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows red and white makes pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks.
Hold it!
That will be more than enough, thank you. You see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? Oh! I think I do. Ubiquium is red, asphyxian is white. Mix the two together. And you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Yes, interesting. I think you finally convinced him.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you've raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you were attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How could we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Ugh, she's a cold one. But I like it. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction.
Overruled.
It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth. Especially as there's another question to which you yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you're able to, there's little more to discuss.
Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that.
Mr. Gusto, he is still unconscious and is in critical condition.
He is?
Oh.
Now, if you don't mind me, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of the area. Will you be so kind as to leave him in peace? For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess you do not ever need to be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you need to say? Mr. Artist. If you just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Verity Gabelle, and I would be very grateful you would dispense with the childish epithets. Oh, finally she tells me her name! Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurice Donim. You can call me Laurice. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Donim. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just... there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean it was locked at the time you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that. What? Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said. It was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Miles Edgeworth? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. So, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside.
Overruled!
And what is to say your suspicious friend was not here when the victim, the entire time?
Objection!
The fact he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Searching for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see. Then I suppose we'll have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Gabelle, do you accept Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And then once again, Mr. Winner's deductions have fallen short of the mark. What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. You know, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Donim, you may step down from the stand. Huh? Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our little time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please. Overruled. Show no mercy, squish my heart to a goopy mush, I love it. Who exactly is the next suspect? The pharmacist, Delicious Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Investicide Ultra. Someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure. My winning? Of course, Gabelle, let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry out investigating while I'm gone, okay? Sure. Is it possible? But Judge Gabelle has suspected Miss Scone from the start. Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winner like she usually does, huh? What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gabelle? To be continued. April 2nd, 12:05 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Autumn Wing. They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. Wait no longer! I won the race to find Delicious Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you want to speak to me. Delicious Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer, at your service. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. Alright, Winnie Pooh, whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Oh, Greggy Pegleg's boy. All grown up, too. Makes me feel my age, why don't you? Wonder just how old she is. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh yeah! What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. Yeah, if you thought Judy aged well, check out this lady. Her age is a mystery. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's gonna stop me visiting her now. I understand you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much really, just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. I certainly helped that medical room was well equipped though. We were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to the hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure. Oh yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectioner, crafting king of the world, they said. Wow, so the old dog really went to Zheng Fa and upped his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand. Miss Scone, are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. You use it to, well, to get rid of you-know-whats. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. May I ask what you mean by you-know-whats? The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yourself. Yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxian and ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes. It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. Poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxian's more watery, it's white in color. That will do, thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well as should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone, very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Scone. Something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report? Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top. That's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang, you got my hand stuck in it. We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, they found something on the other side of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium. Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So, how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure that out. Or at least Mr. Thief might. You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. Whatever, anything for the truth.
Overruled.
Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth out ourselves. Youch, why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us a big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out. I'm not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you could prove to me it will be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. You heard the lazy smiles? Somebody opened the Pisces case, let out the gas. Considering what we learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be. Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas?
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Augusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed. Immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. On it! Ugh, don't scare me like that! So this is what you're talking about. You're Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces statue. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what's keeping that lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? Do you have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outer-facing side of the glass suffered any damage. I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass we know was ice cold on the inner-facing side. And we also know it wasn't damaged in any direct way on the outer-facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks makes me think about those deeply etched lines in your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice-cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Huh, well I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat-cracked in the first place? Why indeed, a heat-cracked ice lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You laid the cat that got the cream, Miles Reno. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do, and what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first! It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers. How did Mr. Gusto open the case? Hey, it's Zach. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by.
Take that!
The blowtorch shows signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. A blowtorch? Who used a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. You beat me to the answer by a second. We'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. No, it was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so Mr. Winner can follow along too? Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes. Mr. Gusto was alone in the Autumn Wing. While he was here, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. And... As the ubiquitin melted, it mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room, where he collapsed. So he opened the case and out came the gas, huh? Seems we got there in the end. Why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out, not the Autumn Wing, but the Winter Wing. You remember, right? I thought this was where the Winter Wing was when we first got here. Hachia too did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin. I was ever so confused with what it being where Chillywink's room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who would be all the 6s and 7s, huh? Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the Winter Wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose. Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what exactly? The man was going to end it all! A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Sure, thanks, Gavel. Thank you indeed. I find it always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. Ah! How could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, that you use your expertise to try to take one. I beg your puddin'! How dare you! I did no such thing! Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner. You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist's license. And it says right here, she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. The product we have established contains asphyxiant, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly! It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
That's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. What do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. Ah! Eeh! We know you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, No! There was only one other person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery. Meaning you would have access to the building, and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me. Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look. What is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1st. Complaint filed. Offense, theft. Item stolen, Infesticide Ultra. 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. What? See, you silly billies, I told you somebody pinched it off me a week ago, no less. What you mean to say, it was not in your possession at any point today. That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you might have found be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. I'm not supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but well, I forgot my headphones screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see. Why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice, clean kitchens type of them? You can just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done. Skivel! What do I do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. Can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea! Alright, I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed. If she really were the one to set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So who do you think did it, Miles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time and means to prepare. Two factors would point to only one specific person. Oh yeah? Who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room up to look like the other?
Take that!
Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly be prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Whew! Nice shooting, Mauserino! I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. Ahem, I'm back. With results. The police have confirmed the theft really was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? Ugh, no! I mean, we've only just getting started. Oh, then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then? And then, I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace. Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it'd be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Gavel, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winner, weren't we about to go talk to Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for the report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little... he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Ah! Ugh! It's a body! What on earth? Order! Order in the court! Somebody call forensics! Bad news, sir! Real bad news! Order! I will have order, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing! They've all melted! What? Did... Huh? Say... What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Yeah, talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice has melted again. Again? This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky-dink. You're with me, right, Miles Reno? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident as well. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. To be continued. See, this is the part in the game when I got to this case where things really started to pick up for me and I got like really invested. Because coming up to it, of course, it's just the introduction stuff, so I was kind of like, whatever. But then it's like, wait, what's going on? When I first started this case too, I thought it would just be a complete flashback case as well, but I love the flip-flopping parallels. Also, I need to say, I know a lot of people really like Eustace because they find him really endearing. I find him so annoying. I think he's so annoying. I know people's opinions probably change by the time they finish the game. And so I won't talk about it too much, because I don't want to spoil you guys, but I find him so infuriating. Like, there's characters out there that are dumb, but it's endearing. And I do not find him endearing at all. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case, or been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants no less, Artie Frost. They pulled the body out of a treasure chest that was part of Samson Tangaro's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicious Scone made for the contest. Then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. No way you just compared Eustace to Sholmes. No, I love Sholmes. Sholmes comes off completely different to me than Eustace. "18 years ago. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everyone's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations, to be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless? Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E, I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you used a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Whoa! You're the best, Miss Bound! You notice that the candies she's giving us are the same ones that Fender was offering everyone during the last case? You can kind of tell where he probably got it from. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help, although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little
uniquely shaped.
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste.
No, wait, they're great. They're so sweet.
You're very kind. Imagine, me of all people, a mediocre confectioner.
What? You mean you made these yourself?
Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although, he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course! What right would I have to stay here otherwise?
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life, and became the father I never had. I can never repay him, so my work for him is the least I can do. I'll be here for him as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself.
And I think today is Christmas Eve. And I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything! Please, if there's something I could do to help, just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you want to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
Hey Trim, welcome to the streams. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you guys are doing well. I really appreciate the raid. Let me write you a shout out. Please go check out Trim Fandango. He's an amazing Blade-themed VTuber. Not only is he an awesome person, an awesome gamer, he's also an amazing singer. You gotta go check out his song covers. He's got a silky smooth voice. Go check him out on YouTube. Look at all his music videos. They're super, super worth it. How are you doing today, Trim? Hope you had a good stream. What were you playing today? Hey, awesome guy. Hey, Shio. It's good to see you. Hello, No Reason. Hope you guys all had fun with Trim. I'm Kiro. I'm the frog-themed martial artist. We are playing some Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and we are almost halfway through the third case. But I know you're planning to play this game, so if you don't want spoilers, I totally get it. But otherwise, feel free to sit back and relax with us, or go take care of yourself after your stream. I appreciate you coming by. Oh, yeah. Well, thanks for coming by, Trim. I really appreciate it. My, they're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who'd have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too.
Oh hey, there's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations in the Zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh? Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do. Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well.
Oh, well, I just, he didn't seem like the type.
It seems like she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes, I use this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Oh, I'd love to see it in action.
Then why don't I take your picture?
Yes, come on, Mr. E, let's get a shot of both of us. Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste such a good hair day.
Ready? Say cheese. There, all done, and the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. Oh my gosh, thank you so much! That's such a cool camera. Well, it's the only one we got, so we gotta use it for our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest.
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape. And later to take some photos of the other contestants' works.
But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Yes, Samson wanted pictures of all the entrants' completed rooms. But the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
But how do you really, though?
I went to our living area to change the film, and was passing through the fountain room on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Ah! Mr. Frostbody was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember, I called the police and I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since.
I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera in this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really hard to believe that Gregory Edgeworth is... Well, he doesn't even have his profile listed here. It's hard to believe he's 34. And then meanwhile, Von Karma. Like, they both look way much older than they should be. And then, of course, like, Judy looks older than she should be, too. Whatever. I guess in anime, you can never trust ages, right? We learned that the hard way the other time.
Detective Bad, Miss Scone, are they done investigating? They're done with me, that's for certain. That big mini told me to clear off. Honestly, that mannequin's will be the end of me. The cheek of him.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime and scene.
Did he run you off too, Detective Bad?
Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around.
Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective?
Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room.
What about
the fact Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest? Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room.
That's right. And I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's the candidate number 1 at the moment. The guy who melted Frost's work. But is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours.
Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us?
I gotta spell it out for you, kid. I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective?
Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this.
Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now, can I, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Well, I haven't the foggiest what you're all going on about, but here's some new friends, eh?
It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure.
Alright, let's take a look at that photograph. Here. This is what Frost Room looks like right now. Yikes, there's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Ms. Bound. I assume the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display case has lost power, and up the temperature went. It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have an idea when it was unplugged? No, still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful, what a waste. You can say that again, I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance. So, they tasted good? Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you got there. This bit. The harpy thing. Gemini's Leer. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them? I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you it was all horrible and salty. Sorry, liar, not Leer. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. Could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Yes, it just looked like that. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that heart without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that. I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound. Or are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? What? No, I barely knew him, I swear. Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards his work. No, the sculptures were so carefully made, I didn't think he'd miss something so important. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that. What makes you say that? I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. And it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence. Well, I won't know what you're thinking if you don't share. So what are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours? Which 2 items point towards Mr. Frost? This is the first. Yes, what a gorgeous design. Really? It just seems a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your T in there? Art isn't about function, Eddie, it's about form. Guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff is way beyond me. Look, there's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. I suppose that must be Paul Halleck's pottery mark. Those are his initials after all. Miss Bound says she's a big fan of his work. Her initials, huh? So if I made it, it would say EF. Perhaps you should practice by initialing your personal belongings first.
Take that!
And now the second.
Take that!
Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywink's statues have the letters PH carved in them, plain as day. PH. Shouldn't it be AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's a seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. When pressed to the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark. We've already established the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halleck. From that we can assume these same letters would mark any item as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound? Well, yes. I know he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
You mean Paul Halleck was...
That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least, as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was in fact... none other than famed sculptor Paul Halleck. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halleck were the same person.
But it's not like the marks had to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was the one you say he was.
It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people at the precinct.
Alright. I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was. I was... When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halleck. Imagine his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that.
And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken.
Oh, it... I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find it rather hard to believe. You say yourself the camera ran out of film during the judging. And you've had change of the camera since Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you're able to take that picture when you discover Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so. This suggests you took only 2 pictures of the new film. One of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption Miss Bound only took 2 pictures?
Take that!
Camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, you gave us a picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth too! 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining, out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to. I'm so sorry. I confess. I've been lying to you.
Huh. These are all the shots of Frost's room.
I'm so sorry. It looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle.
And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me, it was you!
It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Halleck's work, as you know. I was petrified they might be ruined, what with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity.
And how did that make them melt?
I think I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
By mistake? Are you sure?
I didn't notice it at the time, but well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please don't worry about it. The important thing is you told us the truth.
What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. Hope it helps. Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like, the answer's still the same. You are not part of this investigation.
Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either, but I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry, and to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was... Silence! You are not to give the attorney even this tiniest shred of information. Duty-bound, you are coming with me. I have reason to believe you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangaroa.
No, I
will be interrogating you personally, so you'd better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please. I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... Ugh. Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me.
Oh, you can at least ask nicely, mannequins.
Gusto walks so funny. He walks like a samurai about to unsheath his pastry-making things.
He took literally everyone with him.
Indeed. Well, I suppose this means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It's rather late. I hope the snow is let up.
You're right, home time.
Guess my stomach's in agreement, too. Alright. Let's go grab a burger, before my own stomach starts grumbling, too.
Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow.
We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. To be continued. So we are about 45% of the way through the case. Originally, I was planning to stop here for today. The next section is about 1 hour long. But it brings us closer to 55 or 60%. But looking at our time now, I'm going to continue and do the next section because I think the next section ends off on a better end point for the stream. So we're going to do stream for another hour or so-ish. Yeah, this case is actually pretty long, especially for not a final case in the game. December 25th, 10 o'clock a.m. Detention Center. Visitors room. Hey, it's Miss Bound.
Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures.
Well, thank you for the stretch. Good call. You guys at home, make sure you stretch as well. Sit up straight in your seats.
Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, I just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Good morning. Huh?
Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you? Oh no! Samson, what did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep.
That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad?
I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now, if it weren't for him. Detective Bad is really trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie, let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E! Your notepad's at the ready. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kinda spaced out. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson, do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Oh no, his hair's all white. In just a span of one day. Mr. Tangaroa. You're kind of swaying all over the place. I'm sorry, like I said. I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Is that chocolate? For me? Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. The rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Ugh. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero. I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah, keep it down, will ya? For both of our sakes. Of course, Detective, I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes. How are they? Feel them melt. Soft and smooth. Chocolate. They'll comfort and soothe. Ear to ear. Head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. It's really hard to sing his lines when the text is scrolling really slowly. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really that bad? Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet, I couldn't taste a thing. Huh? Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halleck. Artie Frost was Paul Halleck. I never would have imagined.
Poor Mr. Halleck. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman at all, huh?
This would all certainly explain why Mr. Halleck was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now.
He never finished his greatest masterpiece.
Nah, seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations.
The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini?
So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set.
Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you.
One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make. Which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there was any chance someone called in a debt.
I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest?
None. Guy didn't even tell his family.
I see.
Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard. But I can't be hanging around here any longer.
Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly.
He's a good man.
He certainly is. An uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off anybody new he meets.
Now, you're gonna tell me about what you learned yesterday.
Of course. Allow me to give you a full report.
Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is we learn the truth in the end.
Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
By all means, I'll gladly share all I can.
What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest?
Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up until through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was... it tastes identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing.
Huh? What exactly does his work look like?
Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion.
I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth.
Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you're able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime. Yes, I wasn't aware of what happened until after I completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved I burst into song.
I'm sorry, but are you saying the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. And his profile here still has this black hair. You're quite sure it was the lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work?
I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case.
Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre. One shown here without any strings.
Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate.
So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all. And he enjoyed them. Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well. She said it was far too salty for her to finish.
Huh? Then it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. something wrong. How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis, it took me a while for me to even notice. There's no denying it now.
That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him.
What? But your taste buds are your livelihood! Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like.
Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody.
Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him.
Yes, you're right, of course. If that is what you wish.
What on earth is a secret recipe for a miracle cure they've been hiding?
Well, I suppose I should be getting back.
Alright, we'll be back right behind you. Judy!
Yes, Samson.
There's more to life than just me.
But...
Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around.
Don't say that! Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting, right there at the mansion, until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, Miss Bound!
Judy.
Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her?
Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halleck collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person, and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me.
I guess that makes sense.
He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? What parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving. I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah yes, we'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. I'll look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy too.
Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karm will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. Half the time when I put down my controller, the shoulder button gets clicked and then it brings up the court record. December 25th, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue. Fountain room. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's Christmas now in the game. Merry Christmas. What are you talking about?
Ha! There's no need to be shy about it.
Ugh. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more.
We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown.
What? But we need to see the other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma was doing, I presume.
Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. Don't expect to speak with anybody, except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers.
So this is all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective?
Same as before, do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised.
You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma, we're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area?
Sure, but like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again.
That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do.
What is it?
Any thoughts on the case, Detective?
Officially as a cop, my thoughts are, Von Karma's right about everything. But, as myself, I'm not happy. We need to investigate more, here and elsewhere. I put a word in for you, with forensics. Ask the guy whatever you want.
Much appreciated. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad.
I didn't do it for you, I did it for the investigation.
A moment of your time, Eddie.
Sure thing, Mr. E, what's up?
Do you have any thoughts on the case?
Oh, you bet I do. Mr. Tangaroa's amazing display being used to store the body?
Miss Scone's beautiful dreamscape being used to store the murder weapon.
We're really seeing some beautiful things being used for ugly purposes on this case, huh?
Or rather, beautiful things being used. I suppose we are.
And to make things worse, Miss Bound seems super down.
When I asked if you had any thoughts on the case, I was thinking more about useful insights.
Oh, sorry, Mr. E. Did I do something wrong?
I worry about you sometimes, Eddie. How are you liking your first crime scene investigation, Eddie?
Oh, it's great. I've been taking notes about everything, and I'm learning so much. I'm so happy you let me tag along, Mr. Edgeworth. So you want to be an attorney, huh? You bet I do. I'd give anything to be a hero of justice. Help the helpless, fight for what's right. The first time I saw Mr. E do his thing in court, I knew I found my calling. You know, cops look out for people too.
Sure, but I want to be an attorney.
Well, good luck to you.
I get the feeling Detective Bad might be pining for an apprentice of his own. It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound's TV show, Bake and Bop. There's some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. It's just me, or does the detective seem, or is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of cake. They must play on the Bake and Bop. Detective, about these drums.
We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them. And no sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant to the case.
You've already done your homework, I see.
I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker.
Oh no, dang it. Authorized personnel only beyond this point, I'm afraid.
Meaning what? I'm not authorized?
Sorry, sir, no authorized personnel either. So nobody's allowed in.
Let me guess. Von Karma's orders. Guy's really starting to grind my gears.
Nothing to say about Santa? Oh, there you go. Santa Claus statue. It's made of candy too.
That door leads to Tangaroa's room. So yeah, could be he made that thing too. Speaking of Santa, that reminds me. I still need to find a present for Miles. He wanted an attorney's badge. I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. Aww. Every time he talks about Miles, it's like... That's the door to Gusto's room. I guess the candy reindeer is meant to show the way. Big antlers like that. Must be a bull. I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female. Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Attorneys. They don't teach you about reindeer in law school, detective. This is quite the trophy. Awarded to Tangaroa. First place, International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prizes, fame, none of it lasts forever, right? I doubt it's anything quite that deep. Where does this elevator go? The second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day. That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when this is all over. You come, won't you, Detective Bad? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys. He says that, but we know what happens during the Yatagarasu cases. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa. Not all for confectioner contests. Some appear to be for charity work. Testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bop's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet, it's got me wanting to watch it. Scone's room is through there. It's marked by a snowman. A candy snowman by the look of it. Oh yeah? Well, I'll be. He's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking of making it into his next lollipop, is he? It's a Christmas tree made from candy. These candy statues have everybody on edge. If ants get in here, that's our scene ruined. Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. There's a lyre here, and some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made, it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off! I already checked them out. They're real. Check them out how, exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective? I didn't touch them. Not with my hands, at least. Did he... Never mind. I don't want to picture it. The sign shows which artist's work is on display in which room. From left to right, Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusto, Miss Scone, and Mr. Frost. Incidentally, the sign is also made from candy. What were they going to do with all this candy? Was somebody going to eat it when the contest was over? The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Paul Halleck's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real. Detective, are you saying you've personally seen cherubs before? Ugh, attorneys. Always poking holes in people's words. What, did I do something wrong? Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the water fountain to see what might be in it, sir. And, what did you find? Chocolate and what seems like the kind of flavoring and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms right here to the fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. That's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anyone mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it pooled on. I believe the blood probably belonged to...
Take that!
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. Why did it sound like a healing spell was being cast? It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. Why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kinda down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say. I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes. Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, the respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest. But he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course. I hope it helps with your investigation. Oh, I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room. That's right, he put it on display there so anyone could see the grand prize. What? The cure's in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it? Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. A book containing formulas for creating a cure for taste disorders and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines. Exactly, or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune. But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest? Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you heard of the Tangaroa Group. The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. And of course, Cold Killer Pro is a reference to the first case of Trials and Tribulations. I always reach for Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. And then when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. Why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memories simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else. They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along? Yes. Not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win. But why? I want to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I want to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in the contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts too. Gifted indeed, judging from the standard of his work in the final. Now, how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you, but if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us yesterday if you wouldn't mind. I think that might move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered up a little. We've learned a little bit more about the contestants, or the contest participants. But there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was...
Objection!
Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? That's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semi-finals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma. I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk, tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine. Allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. Gusto and Frost's connection. The connection between Gusto and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all? That's all I have to say to you. What? But that doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. It's imperative we do. He's clearly hiding something. It's like the shortest cross-examination I've ever seen. He's only got 2 points. The connections between Gusto and Frost.
Hold it!
Yes, there must have been a connection of some kind. And if you would cease your baseless interruptions, I would happily tell you what it is. If this was a courtroom, I would have you removed for contempt. But isn't that solely the judge's purview? Yeah, a Judge Von Karma would probably have dancing to his tune. What? Even judges are scared of him? It won't be an easy trial, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Von Karma, continue. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happen to be taking part in the same contest.
Hold it!
Granted, it may have simply been a coincidence they both entered the same competition. That doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them.
Objection!
I do hate to repeat myself, but if you don't have any pertinent evidence, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Guess I'll just have to do as he says for now. At least until I find the evidence that proves Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's connection. Still, the look in your eyes speaks volumes. Well, go on then, what are you trying to say? Make up your mind, will you? Should I keep my mouth shut or not? It seems Mr. Von Karma is keen to keeping us away from the truth. Which means the truth must be inconvenient to him somehow, right? Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost had something in common. I just need to present the thing they shared to Mr. Von Karma.
Objection!
I wonder if you could take a look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point! As the nameplate suggests, these are Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent there are significant similarities in how they are put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive the two are working together. If you figured that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Gusto and Frost's real connection. Let me confirm what you seem to be desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely want to avoid you poking your nose around before I can provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. It doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together.
Hold it!
So you did know there was a connection between the two. Why are you trying to hide it? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I don't just hand out information like candy, and certainly not to the defense. Not like that lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. You do things your way, and I'll do them mine. And you wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. Last night, after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct? Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh, another one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. That must have been terrifying. I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not, every time he closed his eyes. I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares plead the fifth with me. Did that even work on him? And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression their collaboration only lasted through the semifinals, but I'm starting to think it might have lasted through to the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must. Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense. Yeah, he admitted himself he isn't all that great. He made what he alleged to be the likeness of me. Just looking at the abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah, I kinda like the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur, an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable they would wind up working together. The two cooperate until the day before the final, then decide to compete on their own merits.
Hold it!
You really believe they were cooperating until the day before the finals, and then just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? I've told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern. He was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though. Which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaro's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner. Which means he must have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some evidence that proves they were cooperating right till the finals.
Objection!
They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on the record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals. How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. Oh, I totally forgot he even mentions his wife here. How is that not an entirely subjective statement? Furthermore, you're ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, she also describes some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. Ugh! Ugh. I like Gregory's damage animation here. Like, he looks a little bit smug. He's like, oh, darn it, you got me, man. Like, he seems like a good sport about it. Psycho Reaper, you're tempted to cosplay Gregory? I think you do a good job, because you also cosplayed Particio from Octopath 2 after we played Octopath 2. I think it's definitely up your style. I know you like these, like, trench coats and film noir type of things, right? Tisk. No more objections, I take it. There must be some way I can prove Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E, there's something that's been on my mind. Yes, what is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and then helped Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I'd barely gotten as far as the setting of the flavored water up to the freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. Huh? Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice in order to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have needed to do was sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we? The only thing I'm accepting is perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto? Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I could hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration has absolutely no bearing on the case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that without any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind the murder. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of, and I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap. Well, catch got your tongue. Even if there's a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. The fact alone is reason enough to suspect him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. That's Gusto and Frost, and their sons. That kid kind of looks like my Vtuber. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. Why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Ugh. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. No! He's never gonna let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you're quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tanjiro is finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? Is a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tanjiro, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tanjiro. And yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. Hey Casso, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by and being a froggy friend. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should have been here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anyone mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Evidence had turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain. It's Frost's. So there was no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? Why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait. Could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? That's right, folks, it's not an Ace Attorney case if the body hasn't been moved a little bit, right? So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been the body had been recovered by the forensics team. What if the assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's, did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How did things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been recovered by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidences even. Sure, everyone's heard of that stuff. What's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma. I try my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean, he's been playing dirty? I fear he might have been, and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it!
Yes. What is it now? Gregory sounded so young when he said hold it. He sounds like Phoenix when he says hold it. I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, and a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really, you mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection!
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you! What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is, nor with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects, and ensure every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Yeah, it's like a contradiction. Gregory Edgeworth is 34 years old, so he's still technically young, really. He's not young by anime standards, but he's young by real world standards. So he should sound young, but he looks so much older than 34. He's got his, like, poor receding hairline and everything. Well, I guess it's just slicked back, it's not really receding. But it's wrinkles. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection!
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of the whole cloth, perhaps? Huh, I thought you had outdone yourself already. Now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence? I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you want him to keep an eye on us. You didn't stop him from finding out you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body?
Objection!
Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong, if you can. Ugh. Tisk. I'm afraid you'll try a little harder than that. I have no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection!
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go? Why does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene where the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in the room, then it makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the blood stain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tangaroa's Tangaroa's room went?
Take that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows into the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Ugh. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me! You! Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that type of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you, Bad! You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you're officially off the case. I was barely on it in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm no body was ever recovered? Tisk. It's really quite the claim, you know. And for one which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there's one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me know the secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance of the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. And what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We could take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Although I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. If we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility this might take some time. Right, we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. To be continued. Hey, it took exactly the right amount of time that I said it would. This last section. Perfect timing. Things are heating up. More and more interesting facts are coming to life, and we're really no more closer to the truth than we were before. But it was really nice seeing Gregory Edgeworth. I'll talk a little bit more about him when we finish this case. Also, today it was also a little harder on the voice because I had to do like Detective Bad, Von Karma, Gusto, all in the same scene. But it was fun. I liked it. Yeah, I think this case is really good. It started, to me, again, it's probably one of my more favorite cases in the series, but it started off, I thought it might turn out to be boring, but it ended up being so much more than that. Also, it's interesting to see Detective Bad knew Gregory Edgeworth, right? Which frames his interactions with Miles in the last game a little differently. Although, again, this game was probably not written when they wrote the first Investigations game, so probably maybe they hadn't established the Bad would have known Gregory. Because he kind of treats Miles as completely like a stranger and makes no reference to Gregory whatsoever, right? So they probably just didn't have that in mind when they wrote that game, I guess, is my guess. I was trying to keep that in mind as we were playing Investigations 1, because again, for me, it was a replay, right? So I was trying to keep that in mind, but I didn't really see anything that stood out to me. Yeah, you want to know more, right? A cliffhanger. I know, isn't it awesome? But with that, we are going to put this to rest for today, and we're going to finish it tomorrow. And tomorrow should be a little bit of a shorter stream, because I'm pretty sure we're more than 50% of the way through. We're probably 55 or 60% of the way through. And it really heats up towards the end, so I really, really recommend you checking it out. But yeah, thank you so much for coming by, everyone. I really appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. Let's go find someone to raid. Oh, right. Yeah, Kieran's doing some more Apollo Justice. Let's go say hi to him. Wait, actually, we raided him yesterday. Let's raid someone different. It looks like Kyoko is streaming. Kyoko Puff, otherwise known as Felix. He stopped by here a few times. He's doing a Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire Cage Lock, it's called. Let's go say hi to him. He's a really cool wrestler VTuber. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Thank you so much, guys. Take care. Bye, Froggy friends.